Un, deux, test, ça va pour toi? Ok.
Go to English.
Talk in English, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are about to start. Just a couple of quick practical information. So, restroom is downstairs on the ground floor. Here we have a water fountain, so if you wish, please help yourself. And then we have reserved some seats down there for those who don't want to be taken on picture or be displayed in web streaming, because this event is web streamed. So if you don't like to be there, just a seat where you see the reserved seats. Thanks a lot, and we're about to start.
Excellent. Good morning. And I think we start without further ado, and with me. My name is Philipp Schulmeister. I'm Director of Campaigns in DG Communication, and it is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all today here in this event co-organized by our Civil Society Outreach Unit and by all of you. So now I find myself surrounded by an audience of civil society activists, people who would like to raise their voice for an issue that is at their heart, that is actually at the heart of our society, and we are meeting in the premises of the European Parliament. For me, this is extremely important and sends a quite powerful message. Our institution, the European Parliament, and civil societies, we're working together in a shared space that I'm actually very grateful to have opened not that long ago as a space where we can forego the usual administrative and bureaucratic difficulties of getting access and sending in your IDs beforehand and getting badges. We just can get easily together in a place and discuss. This discussion, this joint dealing with important issues is not only one of the pillars of our democracy as we understand it, but it represents for me also a very powerful tool that we have at our disposal, all of us together, for keeping democracy as we understand it, as we want it, alive, and to protect it. And I would say that this collaboration is now more important than perhaps ever before. I will not detract too much from the topic of today's deliberations of your event here, but I need to touch a little bit on a medium-term perspective, and that is the European elections that will take place on the 6th to 9th June 2024. So we're now approximately 7 months ahead of these elections, and there are quite a lot of things at stake. I suppose you will all agree that we are living over the past 10, 12 years even in a sort of a perma-crisis, starting from the economic and financial crisis 2011, 2012, and everything we have seen since then: migration crisis, Brexit, transatlantic relations, the COVID pandemic, the war against Ukraine. And I am truly convinced that these next elections, like the last ones, but perhaps even more this time, will set the stage for the future of the European Union and for the decisions that need to be made. if these crises that we have lived through over the past 10, 15 years have told us anything, have told citizens anything, then it is, for me, the more and more direct impact of European decisions on citizens' lives. Think back years, few decades if you want. European decisions took 4 or 5 years to arrive at in this town, and then another 3, 4, 5 years to be transposed into national law. At this point in time, quite often actually, national governments might have forgotten in their own communication that this might have been an issue that was decided at the European level, and it became a national governmental decision. And I think this distance has shrunk massively. And the topic that you are discussing today is, for me, one of the most impactful, one of the most important issues to really demonstrate this fact. What is decided on this directive will have a direct impact on citizens, on women's lives, full stop. That's a direct impact. There is no distance between that, and the decision that needs to be taken will have an impact that is felt immediately, in a good or in a bad way. And this is, I believe, why you are all here today, and why we, together over the past weeks and months, together with Parliament's rapporteurs on this issue, have worked together to raise awareness, to put the finger on those issues that still need to be solved in the best possible way. The European Union has proven over these past 10, 15 years to be an effective problem solver. In many cases, in many issues during this crisis. But there is, and this we know from our Eurobarometer surveys, there is a growing dissatisfaction among people with the speed and the efficiency of decision making. Perhaps right now, again, cost of inflation, many issues that we have been faced with over the past 2, 3 years. People expect solutions, but they don't see it in the speed, in the efficiency, in the detail that they would like to see it. In this context, the importance of voting, the importance of civic engagement cannot be underestimated, and at the same time, it cannot be taken for granted anymore. Especially in a global landscape that is changing, and where democratic processes as such cannot be taken for granted as we knew them. I mean, you don't even have to look only and exclusively outside the European Union to see, to read, to even experience how democratic processes are changing. The change of starting with democratic discourse to political action has even touched the European Union, in some member states more perhaps than others. And for me, if we want to convey now for the European elections why voting is important in these elections, because they make a difference. This vote will change the way the European Parliament, or your vote, will change the way the European Parliament acts and takes decisions in the future. We need to help citizens. We need to help citizens understand why their vote is important, why we believe that voting is important. And this we cannot do alone. As DG Com, as European Parliament, even as members of the European Parliament, we need to have the help of as many multipliers, as many organizations, as many people and citizens as possible to talk about the issues that matter. And it will not be me who is going to tell you what is going to be important. Not at all. You know exactly what is important for you and what you would like to talk about. What I know is that you are here because you need to raise your voice, you need to add your voice to the conversation, in order to make your voice heard, to get your points through, to get attention, awareness to the things that matter to you. And the same thing I would invite you to do in these next months leading up to the European elections. Join the conversation, talk about the European elections, why they matter for you. For you, for your networks, for your families, for your friends, for your colleagues, for everything you're in contact with, you can talk about why this is necessary. As we talk today about violence against women and domestic violence, you may know it, I hope you do. DG Communication has joined this effort a while ago to advance the European Parliament's position on this directive. The colleagues across all our services have cooperated extensively on this issue with press briefings, invitation of journalists, with op-eds in national newspapers, with making it the core topic of the Gender Equality Week a while ago, with much more increased action and support for the rapporteurs on social media, with the outreach of the civil society organization unit that we have here. And we have indeed, I believe, gained, with your help and together with you, quite a lot of traction on this issue. We would like to keep discussing and fighting this with you, also by making sure that our joint action here is translated in a strong democratic participation and engagement for crucial causes like this one, like ours here today. I will just briefly touch upon 3 points in the context of our election campaign, inviting you to join in here. The first one is together.eu. That is our platform for civic engagement, for engaging citizen volunteers to help us in our efforts to get out the vote. It's a relatively simple proposition at the end of the day. We found out in 2019 that we are not alone, that there are actually quite some people out there who would like to do something for the European elections on whatever topic they choose. And that there might be a benefit in trying to offering a platform where these groups, these people, these citizens, these organizations can come together, exchange experiences, learn new skills, learn from each other. And in 2019 we had 300,000 election supporters and 25,000 volunteers across the 27, well at that time 28 member states who actually went out and did something. And with together.eu we are going to repeat this exercise. We're trying to grow it even more, and we not only invite you, but actually I would even go as far as to say we count on you to make this platform a successful engagement tool for citizens and organizations, not just here in Brussels, but everywhere where we are and everywhere where we come from all over Europe. The strategy of the elections is very simple. It is about democracy. Might sound boring and not very much rocket science at the end of the day, but I believe it is not. I said it before, democracy today is not necessarily the same thing as we knew it 10, 15 years ago. Too many things are changing here, and maybe there has been exactly in Europe a certain kind of complacency when we are looking at the way politics is done, democracy is working, people go to vote. Yes, there are always a little less people going to vote, fine. Maybe the extremes grow a little bit, but still more or less everything is still okay. It is not. It is not. And I truly believe that if we, all of us, as a person, do not stand up and say this is something that has value for us, because it allows us to get our ideas, our points, not only across, but entering a political debate. If we do not do this, then we run the risk that democracy might slide down on a path we do not necessarily want. Thank you very much. So this is what we would like to do. We would like to have a conversation about the topics that you care about under one very simple slogan, if you want. You use your voice because on this topic that you're discussing today, because you believe that if you do not do that, you're not only missing an opportunity, you're basically neglecting your own responsibility on this issue. That's why you join, that's why you raise your voice, that's why you use your voice. Transform this to the European elections and it becomes use your vote. Because if you do not use your vote, if you don't vote, it doesn't mean that the elections will be a failure. It just means someone else will vote. And it just means that the outcome might be a different one that you want it to be. And therefore, use your voice, like today, and help us that as many citizens as possible use their vote on 6 to 9 June 2024. I do wish you a very positive, fruitful, effective meeting today. Good discussions. I do wish all of us that what you set out on this directive, we together with the European Parliament will be able to push through as far as possible. I thank you very much for listening to me and I bid you a good day. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome, like Mr. Schulmeister said, welcome to everyone in the room and also to everyone online to this important event, Loud and United for a Strong Directive on Violence Against Women. So I'm Vivian Teitelbaum. I'm the Vice President of the European Women's Lobby, which is the largest umbrella organization in Europe. And I see some familiar faces, so I hope we will have a very interesting morning. So this event, I have to say, is also co-organized by We Move Europe, whom we want to thank for their long-standing support for women's rights and their extensive work in the campaign Make Europe a Safe Place for Women and Girls that has reached almost 100,000 signatures. We also want to thank the co-organizers, the European Parliament Civil Society Outreach Unit and the Info Hub for hosting us and presenting us their initiatives. And also the European Economic Social Committee for being a partner of this important event today and their commitment to end all forms of violence against women. So, violence against women and girls continues to be the largest violation of human rights in the EU. It threatens the security of half of the EU population. It can take many different forms, from intimate violence to sexual violence, rape, to prostitution and sexual exploitation, harassment, coercive control, violations of sexual and reproductive health and rights, to all new forms of online violence. All forms of violence are the expression of male domination, which amplifies and exacerbates inequalities and inevitably undermines the integrity and the identity of the victim. Violence against women is part of a sexist culture. It's a gendered issue built in a relation of power and control, and it always has the same goal: to silence women, to subordinate them, and maintain a hierarchical roles between men and women. And there can be no equality while women fear for their safety, no peace and security either. Unfortunately, statistics show that each day 2 women are killed in the EU by their partner or former partner, by those who supposedly love them. 1 woman out of 3 has suffered physical and or sexual violence. And 1 woman out of 2 has experienced sexual harassment since the age of 15. 10% of women in the EU report having been victim of sexual violence and 5% to have been raped with the use of force. More than 90% of the victims of sexual violence are women, and more than 99% of the perpetrators are men. Let us remember that today. Unfortunately, women's organizations are well aware of these shocking figures, and I have to tell you, those figures cannot even hint at the real picture. In Belgium, it's 1 out of 10 women that report rape, for instance. And we know that in the EU, only a small number as well of women feel safe to report violence and ask for help. In reality, the situation is much worse, and the consequences of these forms of violence in the everyday life of the survivors, including their children, are devastating and cannot be put into figures. All public actors at every political level should invest as much as possible in order to give or to contribute to the adequate response and protection of those women and girls. And to what they need, in fact, the protection they need, the answer they need. Violence against women is not accidental, it's structural, and it's political. Women's organizations have been explaining that for decades, while calling for adequate, specific policy and legal mechanisms to end violence against women and to get adequate protection for the victims. We need dedicated instruments that have a strong gender-sensitive perspective. Since its early days, EWL has been calling for the EU to recognize violence against women as an EU issue that needs comprehensive EU legislation and actions. 30 years later, we have reached 2 milestones. The EU's accession to the Istanbul Convention, that was a big step, important step, and it entered into force last October, and a proposal for the first EU directive addressing violence against women and domestic violence. Unfortunately, these remarkable moments that women's organizations fought for years is overshadowed by the hypocrisy of some member states that are trying to water down the text of the directive and remove its gender-sensitive perspective, which is mandatory by the Istanbul Convention. So here we are today to remind those member states that sexual violence and rape are part of EU competences, that there are no valid arguments to let women down like this. A directive on violence against women cannot leave out the crime of rape, that is one of the most pervasive and brutal forms of violence against women and girls, and systematically used to silence women across Europe, and is also used as a weapon in conflict and wars. But despite that, today there is no common approach on this issue across the EU. It's hard to even imagine that. The EWL Observatory on Violence Against Women has developed a thorough analysis of the legal definitions of rape in the EU, which shows that still today 11 member states have definitions of rape that are based on force as the main element of the crime. These laws fail to protect women, which inevitably leads to secondary victimization. As Greview pointed out in its last report, sexual violences are the most unreported crimes and at least likely to end in conviction. The culture of impunity prevails. The next trialogue is to happen next week on the 14th of November and the one after mid-December. And this is why we are appealing now to the historical responsibility of member states to stand for women's rights unequivocally and to adopt a strong directive on violence against women that takes into account our demands, women's demands. Every woman and girl, regardless of where they live in Europe, deserve the same level of rights and protection. During this event, we will have the opportunity to listen to voices of citizens, women's rights and civil society organizations, and the key assessment of 2 esteemed legal experts on EU law, as well as an exchange with decision makers. And we want to thank the European Commission, Belgium, Croatia, and Greece for their commitment. But first and foremost, we are very glad to have today with us Marta Asensio, who is a survivor of sexual violence. She is a courageous activist that has helped to achieve remarkable legislative changes thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your commitment and for being here today with us. Just before I give you the floor, I want to remind you all you have for translation, you receive the cask, the device. And also, I would like to make a little trigger that it may be difficult to hear what Marta has to share with us. So if you are very sensitive and if you would prefer, you can always leave the room. No offense taken. She will understand. Just wanted to let you know. And it's with very great pleasure and honor that I give you the floor, Marta.
Buenos días. Good morning. My name is Marta Asensio, and like more than 9 million women across the EU, I am a rape survivor. For years, my partner used to put me on what he called the good sleep cocoa, and it made me unconscious in order to sexually assault me. He put something on that drink. For a while, I felt a lot of guilt for not being able to wake up. He didn't need to use force to rape me. I had no bruises or any visible marks, as my body was completely limp, as if I were dead. The next day, I felt horrible, used, dirty, and angry with myself. When I told him not to do it again, he told me that I should be happy, that he wanted me so badly, as if I should be grateful that he raped me. But it was a brutal way to dominate me. This is in our bodies forever, and I suffer many sequelae. I finally managed to get out of that situation, and I have become an activist, a fighter with a clear purpose, to help other women who are in the same situation, to show that there is a way out, and to demand that the political class take urgent measures to guarantee a life free of sexual violence for all women. Sexual violence against women is based on male domination and power. I always say that rapists are not born in spores, but are part of society. Like other forms of gender violence, they are part of society. This is structural violence that is used by men to exert their power on the integrity of women. The representatives of the European Union have a big responsibility to advance in the right direction with this directive. Today, I would like to put a special emphasis in defending that only yes means yes, that as society we need to understand that any sexual act without consentment is a violation. In my case, I couldn't say no. As a victim of chemical submission and with my will totally counseled, I didn't have the chance to defend myself against my attacker, my aggressor. This is a very common occurrence. Other women are paralyzed by fear. They are shocked and cannot escape the situation, even if they know the aggressor. But that does not diminish the seriousness of the rape. My story shows how important it is to put consent in the middle. No nuances. We shouldn't have to ask the victims, did you oppose, did you put resistance? The question is to the aggressors, did you do it despite of the fact that she was not free to give you consentment? It is also crucial to move away from the myths surrounding rape. It doesn't happen only at night on a dark street. It happened, in my case, when I was at home in my own bed and I was wearing the normal nightwear that you would wear when you are at home. And it was done by somebody that I trusted in. This happens to many women every day in the European Union, every time, at all times, at all hours, in all countries. In some countries, it is not even contemplated that rape can happen within the couple. When I identified what was happening to me, I felt very lost. I didn't know who to ask for help. I was scared of going to the police and wouldn't be believed by them. or going to the hospital and without a real protocol, or being asked personal questions, or having to repeat my personal story once and again to unknown people that don't know anything about me. This is a situation that we are facing as survivors of rape in the European Union. I want to highlight the need to establish specialized crisis centers that function 24/7 in all countries of the European Union, where women can go at any time and receive expert and comprehensive care and counseling that is appropriate to their needs. I hope that my story will help ensure that no woman has to go through what I went through. I want women and girls that are listening to me and that have gone through something similar, I want them to know that they are not alone. We can get out of this situation. We cannot shut our mouths. Together, we can change the situation. All women and girls in the world deserve all rights, regardless of where we were born, where we live, or where we live or travel or go on holidays. There is a chance for this being a reality, at least in the European Union. We need to have a consensus, regardless of the political color of the parties. Nobody is free of experiencing something like this, sadly. It can happen to everybody that you know. I want to send a very clear message to the justice ministers of the European Union, especially France and Germany, and the other countries that have been opposing to this. We need you to listen to survivors and to defend all women. You need to act to guarantee our right to regulate rape upon the principle of free consent, given a situation of equality as it is enshrined on Article 5 of the Directive, freely given consent. We cannot allow ourselves to make mistakes, especially given that most EU countries do not have definitions of rape based on freely given consent. Most of them do not cover what happened to me, and I will not be silent about this. It is time to change it. I sincerely hope that you can live up to it. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marta. Thank you. And yes, it's time to change this. But thank you for your courage in sharing your story with us. And thank you for your commitment and achieving fundamental changes for other women and girls so that they do get adequate support and justice. And yes, we need to ensure there will be a robust legislative framework in place. Because a common approach at EU level based on an affirmative positive attitude or response is a must. As you mentioned, Marta, the only yes means yes approach has proven to work better, to protect and ensure access to justice and reparation. In countries where this model has been adopted, like Sweden, prosecutors and judges have welcomed this model and these positive changes that have led to an increase in reporting and in conviction rates. This model helps people understand that when there is no free will, when it's not mutual, it's not sex, it's rape. And it helps refute and counter these persistent myths about sexual crimes being perpetrated only by strangers. The story of Marta is the story of many women across the EU. Rape and sexual violence are systematic acts of male exploitation, I said it before, and domination that aim at silencing women. But today we are here, loud and united, to make her story, to achieve a very strong EU directive that can change the life of many women and girls across the US. And before we move on straight to the first panel, so that we can hear in more detail the priorities of citizens, of women's rights organizations, civil society and social partners, I would also like, because I didn't do it before, thank the team. Our Secretary General, who is here, but especially Irene, but also all the other colleagues who are here with her for organizing this event that's so important, because rape has to become an EU crime, Irene, and we work strongly with you to achieve this. Yes, yes, you are the voice of EWA. So I wish you all a powerful and inspiring event, and Laura Sullivan, you have the floor.
I'll just check. Can you hear me? Yes? Does this need to come a little closer? My name is Laura Sullivan. I'm from We Move Europe, a campaigning organisation that unites activists, advocates for rights and justice all across Europe. Can you hear me? A little bit closer. There we go. Don't be afraid of the microphone. So, folks, as I don't know if you passed through this impressive esplanade this morning, this square in front of us. There's a huge poster there that says women will have a fair chance at top jobs. And it made me think, because I am sure that everyone in this room, and most everyone full stop, most everyone would like women to have a fair chance at top jobs. But there's something much more basic, which is that women can have a right to a life free of all forms of violence. And that's what we're here to talk about. The We Move petition and email that went out and has been signed by just about 100,000 people across Europe and has been led by my colleague Carmen here at my side, says 228 million women breathe, dream and live in Europe. But the laws that are there in theory to protect them are far from a dream. And what Martha just spoke about, solo sí es sí, only yes is yes, we are far from it. So in these short 25 minutes that I have to watch my time on, we're going to get into listening to representatives of civil society, women's rights organisations, to bring us into the priorities. I have introduced myself and the organisation. Right next to me is Carmen, who is the lead for Spain with We Move Europe and also leads on our women's rights campaigns. She's going to speak in just a moment. Next we have Maria João Faustino, who is the European Women's Lobby Executive Committee member. Gosto muito. Very nice to meet you. Then the next person we have is Marine Uldry, who is the Human Rights Policy Coordinator at the European Disability Forum. Great to have you there. And after that we will have Alisa Arabar, who is Legal and Advocacy Lead, Head of Policy of the European Network of Migrant Women. Fantastic to have you there. And finally, we will have Mr. José Antonio Moreno Diaz, who is the Rapporteur from the European Economic and Social Committee and has written the opinion on combating violence against women on the proposal for a directive. So as you can see, we're in for some interesting talks. Without further ado, Carmen, I'm going to pass over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Laura. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to Marta Asensio for her solidarity and courage in sharing her story here, but also for her tireless efforts to combat drug facility sexual assault in Spain. In my speech, I would like to focus on the strong citizen mobilization led by feminists in Europe and around the world. Starting with Spain, a well-known case of gang rape caused a deep debate in Spanish society and within the government. Thanks to years of feminist mobilization, we have seen significant improvements in Spanish laws against sexual violence, with an emphasis on concept-based approaches. Moreover, migrant women working in the fields in Spain, who have bravely denounced the abuse they suffer from their employers, have highlighted the essential intersectionality of the feminist struggle, particularly in terms of anti-racism and migrant perspective. We have also the example of Polish women who played a key role in disrupting the far right in the recent elections and have changed the country forever by standing up for free and safe abortion. In both France and Germany, we will deliver in the next weeks more than 250,000 signatures to the government from citizens from all the countries in Europe, urging for a comprehensive law against violence against women at EU level that put the concept in the center and remove any barriers to the principle of only yes means yes in the directive. On the global level, we have succeeded in ending the blocking of the accession of the Istanbul Convention across the EU, achieving the first common tool to fight violence against women in Europe. The feminist struggle is demonstrating its power, is a light of hope despite the patriarchal and authoritarian structure that exists in our institutions. And to conclude, I would like to address the issue of rape as a weapon of war, a serious violation recognized by the United Nations. Beyond the European Union, this struggle is a global one, and we have the responsibility to work in solidarity with women in armed conflicts in Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, with these women who resist sexual violence in this challenging context. Violence against women persists worldwide, but we are showing that we will not allow this to continue because no woman will be truly free until all women are free. Thank you so much.
Okay, I did it, but I was now working. Okay. Thank you, Irene. I want to start by thanking Marta so much. I cannot express my gratitude enough. I was extremely moved, and I think we all here owe you immense applaud. We are super thankful for your courage, for your honesty, and for being here today. I'm sorry, usually I don't get this emotional. It was extremely powerful. We heard already here a lot about, thanks to Marta again, a lot about mutuality, and I think mutuality is the word we should begin with. And I ask for your patience. I'm going to read just a brief quote on a recent book on rape culture, where an author that wrote about her rape, Elizabeth Stokes, wrote, the book is titled Not That Bad, and she wrote, "I grieved for many years the woman I would have been if I have never been raped. She never got the chance to live." And here, worldwide, and all across Europe, in this very same room, there are many women that are still grieving for the women we could have been. We owe them our full commitment. Rape is at the core. It's likely the key expression, one of the most brutal expressions of violence against women. We, all women here, just because we are women, we are socialized under the threat of rape. We all know another woman that has been raped. And we are socialized as if the responsibility to prevent rape is on us. And we are socialized and taught since we are very, very young that when rape happens, we are to blame. And this happens because we live in a culture that tolerates, promotes, glamorizes, and facilitates, enables rape. This culture has a name. It's sexism. We cannot understand, by no means, we cannot understand rape if we do not understand sexism. We cannot address, prevent, or fight rape if we don't fight sexism. It's at the very root of a rape culture. And this is why we need, for sure, a gender-sensitive approach to rape. We need a specific instrument that acknowledges and understands rape and its role in the context of violence against women. And let me repeat this. Women, just for being women, we all here, just because we are women, we are subjected to multiple forms of violence since the very beginning. A continuum of sexual violence that now extends, as Alyssa will talk about and explore, now multiple forms of cyber violence and cyber abuse. And there is no common approach to rape in the European Union. We are not equal. We are far from being equal. And yet, here we are, discussing a directive on violence against women that presents the possibility of not including rape. How is this even possible? Let me be absolutely clear about this. Any directive on violence against women that fails to include rape will fail. It's broken since the very beginning. Rape must be included in this directive if we want any chance for it to work. This is the moment for commitment. Women cannot keep waiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I also want to thank Irene and all the team of the European Women's Lobby and We Move for this really important and amazing campaign, and also Marta for your testimony. I join the colleagues saying it's extremely moving and so important, so thank you for being with us today. So for the European Disability Forum, the directive is also really a priority, and for women with disabilities across Europe. What our Women's Committee always says is that women with disabilities are women too, and that's often forgotten, and the type of violence that they face and what is needed in terms of their protection as survivors of violence is also forgotten. Women and girls with disability continue to face violence everywhere in Europe, whether it's at home, in closed institutions, at school, and also in public, that keep happening. We also know that they are more likely to face violence to 2 to 5 times than other women, so that's extremely important to consider that. At EDF, we call for a strong directive with, of course, the criminalization of rape. That's really a priority. We don't see a directive on violence against women without rape in it being any type of success. And we wanted to also include the aggravating circumstances that have been proposed by the European Commission, including when it's done against women with disabilities. Only yes means yes. Across the EU, also women with disabilities are usually not believed when they report violence, including rape. There are usually, or actually many times, no prosecution because they are not believed, because they say, well, they probably consented. We cannot really trust if they say that they didn't consent. And the few times there are prosecution, we also see that some countries apply lower sentences because of disability, because apparently it's less grave when that happens to women with disability, and that really needs to change. We also call for the criminalization of forced sterilization, which is a type of crime that is still perpetrated against women and girls with disability. It's still allowed by law in 13 EU member states, and that's also something that needs to change. There should be no exception on the ground of disability when it comes to sterilization. Again, only yes means yes. That also applies to sterilization or any type of contraception or measure that have an impact on the body and lives of all women. Then we also ask for the directive to be fully inclusive of women and girls with disability in all their diversity. That means to ensure accessibility of all measures that are directed to survivors and victims of violence. So the shelters should be accessible. Helplines should also be accessible. We still see helplines, for example, that have no option for deaf women, or shelters that are not accessible for women with limited mobility, so that's really an issue. And we also ask for specific training for professionals working with victims, for the police to know to take those needs and rights into consideration in their work. And then finally, we also ask for a directive with a strong monitoring power, because we cannot have a directive that do not work. So we need to know then how it will be applied. And that's also the reason why we also ask for data collection that would also include information on women with disability, but also any type of information that is needed to really see whether it applies to everyone and what still needs to be added or changed. So those are really for us the basic of what should be included in that directive. And thank again for this campaign. And we really rely on EU member states to step up and ensure that this is adopted before the election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will speak about the computer crime aspect of the directive. The Council's draft empties the text of very important aspects and weakens the overall protection of women that the directive has the opportunity to build. In that, it limits the criminalization of the dissemination of intimate content without consent to a public dissemination space. It balances the criminalization of offenses against freedom of expression, and it also limits the impact and effectiveness of offenses by creating situations in which victims will have to prove their prejudice. All of these limitations constitute direct threats to the prevention of violence against women online and to the preservation of women's rights on the internet. Regarding the introduction of the notion of public, it is important to note that nothing is ever truly private on the internet, and the likely exclusion of private online spaces caused by this phrasing, including WhatsApp groups, private forums, and so on, will amount to excluding the defined offense from many situations that are likely to cause harm to victims. The dissemination of an image of this nature on the internet, even in private setting, is irreversible and irremediable. These images are necessarily going to escape the victims, and the right to be forgotten cannot be technically enforced. Moreover, it is a flagrant violation of the right to dignity and the right to privacy, which are both protected by the European Convention of Human Rights. So it should be noted that in some member states, domestic law, such as France, the private nature of the expression of a crime does not prevent it from being criminalized, a criminal offense. By using this condition of dissemination of intimate content to the public, online hate and online violence against women will no longer be considered as an abuse of freedom of expression, as enshrined in the case law of the European Court of Human Rights, but rather a protected expression as long as it remains private. In practice, the addition and the limitation permitted by the concept of freedom of expression render the criminalization of offenses totally ineffective because it creates a too wide margin of interpretation. And there is also, as I said, an existing European legal framework, notably through Article 10 of the European Convention of Human Rights, that already states that this freedom of expression can be limited in a proportionate way, in a legitimate fashion in democratic society, notably to protect the rights and reputation of others, which is perfectly the case in this directive. So in that case, the explicit addition of freedom of expression in specifically these articles is excessive and redundant. The Council's proposal in Recital 18 of the directive also adds that in order to lay down minimum rules only for the most serious forms of cyber violence, the corresponding offences should be limited to conduct likely to cause significant harm to the victims. So this condition of seriousness is totally subjective, is very dangerous, because in fact it creates a hierarchy that encourages the trivialization of all forms of cyber violence against women in a more general way, and it excludes the fact that these type of violence are inherently going to cause serious harm because of the computer crime aspect. So I will go now to migrant women. Regarding the migrant women's perspective and need for specific protection, the directive is overall very disappointing and lacking. Issues of right of residence and asylum in the event of violence are not taken into account. The prohibition on authorities sharing information with immigration bodies in the event of the report of a violence by a migrant woman was removed by the Council. So we recommend that the final version of the directive includes some of the amendments of the European Parliament, such as the fact that culture, custom, religion, tradition, also called honor, should not be used as a justification or more lenient treatment of offences of violence against women. Also that resident status and being a victim of trafficking, as well as living in asylum centers, should be counted amongst vulnerability factors for violence against women. And finally, as it was said by the European Disability Forum as well, we really need data collection disaggregated by sex, by age, by migration and legal status, and other factors such as health conditions, such as the place and the nature of the offense. All of this, the disaggregation of data, was also taken away by the Council. There is no effective policy against violence against women if there is no evidence through data collection. So we need this harmonization. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to switch into Spanish, so please take your headphones if you need it. Buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here as a representative of the EESC and as a man just attending an event which is not an event addressed to women. And I would like to start by thanking Irene for her dedication in preparing this event, and also, of course, to Marta. Thank you for being here. And I will first reflect on the following. When we talk about combating against violence against women, we are talking about human rights. Sometimes we tend to forget that women are entitled to enjoy all their rights, and also to have a decent life and not to avoid being victims of violence. And I wonder if a phenomenon such as the terrorism against women or terrorism against men, better said, wouldn't have an answer, a bold answer. And yeah, that reflects the lack of political will. And I'm going to present the opinion that was adopted by majority in July 2022. We condemned violence against women, but it's too late. Shall we wait until 2022 to condemn the violence perpetrated against women? And we would like to ask for stronger condemnation on violence against women, according to Article 83.1 of the TV EU. The European Union has condemned the war against Ukraine, and why are not we condemning violence against women? We need a gender perspective. We cannot be neutral. We have to adopt feminist perspective, and we shouldn't fear to talk about feminism in the parliament and in other instances. We cannot be fearful when fighting against violence against women. And we would like to include the sexual exploitation, the forced sterilization, and also we would like to include domestic violence in the directive. I know that we should include sexual education across all segments of education, and also prevention of violence against women. We should avoid the stereotypes, and why not the right to sexual health. We should also guarantee protection to all these victims of sexual aggressions. And as it has been said, we should tackle the cyber crimes related to violence against women. We should base all these convictions on the lack of consent, and we would like to have a bold proposal with an economic memory, because in its absence it becomes suspicious. And also the EESC considers very ominous that we cannot reach an agreement across 27 member states. Apparently, we are the oasis of the rule of law, but in our member states, only force is considered important when condemning all these attacks. Thank you very much to everyone.
Bien dicho. Very well, all of the panelists. I want to finish off this panel with a personal note. I've lived in this city for 22 years and attended many panels like this. And once in a while, somebody breaks through by telling a story or singing a song or doing something that really brings out the humanity in us. And Marta, you have very much affected this entire panel, and I would suspect this entire room, with your courage. And courage is infectious, so you have given us a massive present, because your courage will lift us up to keep telling the story. And you mentioned Germany and France. Now, is there anyone from the permanent representation of Germany or France in this room? Not yet. Okay. As We Move Europe and a campaigning organisation, we are very concerned that those who continue to not put these important pieces in the legislation do not turn up for the meetings. So we may need to scale up what we are doing in terms of our actions. And it is very nice when protocol is broken in Brussels and things get a little bit more disruptive, because it's just not good enough. So we look forward to working with the European Women's Lobby, who are amazing and did all this behind the scenes work to get here. And just to say, I am totally inspired by you. Thank you. We're finishing this panel, and I have the great privilege to hand over to the next panel, who will talk about the legal basis of the directive and legal definitions on the offence on rape. And I am handing over now to Lara. Sorry, I am not handing over to Lara. Lara is replacing Laura, and Maria João, you are going to do the... Fantastic.
Thank you
Sorry
for
about
starting.
that.
Irene, can you join us? Yes. Yes. Come on. It only makes sense with Irene here, since she's been preparing all this, and obviously not alone, it's a team work, but Irene pretty much is our expert. So we start with the online presentation. Yeah?
Yes, so we should start with Nesiana, who is joining online. Is she there? No, so it's Nesiana first.
Yeah? So it's my... There she is. Oh, okay. But we start with Lara. Oh, okay.
So, well, hello everyone. I'm Irene Rosales. I'm Policy and Campaigns Officer at the European Women's Lobby. I was supposed to sit there, so now I need to think what I'm going to say. But it's an honor to be here. Thank you for your presence. This panel is really key, because one of the most repeated arguments when we are confronting member states with the question like why rape should not be included in the directive is legal arguments. So these legal arguments are being presented as an excuse to hide a huge lack of political will. So we want to really give them all the legal arguments they need not to be able to provide these excuses anymore. So we have two great legal experts with us today. We are very, very thankful for being here today with us. Snezana Vasiljevic, sorry, Snezana. She is a professor of EU law in the University of Zagreb. And she has been working on this directive, supporting Croatian MEPs to do the assessment of this piece of legislation. So we really look forward to hear her analysis of the EU legal basis and the article on rape. You might be aware that we have launched and supported an open letter on the legal basis with all the legal arguments that is supported by 90 legal experts and jurists across the EU at this moment. We have it open still for signatures because we want to put it forward for the next trialogue meeting so that we can show the large support from legal experts to this directive as well. So, Snezana, please, you have the floor.
Yes.
You are the moderator.
It's our privilege to be here, and thank you so much. I know it will be impossible for you to be here in person, so we are even more thankful for the double effort to be here today with us. So I hope technically it will be all smooth, and I'll give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you, Irene, for inviting me to join this initiative, and I'm really supporting you. And I'm happy to hear that there are so many people who are advocating for this new proposal of the new directive on violence against women and domestic violence. And I'm especially happy that all of you are recognizing the necessity to include rape in this directive proposal. So as an EU lawyer, I would like to focus on some specific and important things that needs to be stressed out when we're talking about importance of the new directive. First of all, violence against women and domestic violence are estimated to affect 1 in 3 women in the European Union. And therefore, European Commission last year proposed directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence. And the aim of the proposal is to fill a gap in the EU law where there is no act specifically addressing violence against women and domestic violence. Moreover, the purpose of this directive proposal is to provide comprehensive legal protection, setting out a minimum standard of protection, and of course complement already existing legal instruments at the EU level. The truth is that there is no unified approach to violence against women, including rape, as it was initially proposed in the Article 5 of the proposal and the amendments made by the European Parliament. At the level of the member states, the most problematic issue is the definition and sanctions, which are not effective, proportionate and dissuasive in general when we talk about violence against women, and more specifically when we talk about the definition and sanctions against rape. The EU directive proposal indicates minimum rules on the definition of criminal offences, specifically in the areas of sexual exploitation of women and children and computer crimes and penalties, and other rights of victims and all forms of violence against women and domestic violence. But when we talk about legal basis for all these definitions, which need to be inserted into directive proposal, EU primary law provides a legal basis for the EU directive proposal in the Articles 82, which is about mutual recognition of judgments and judicial decisions and police and judicial cooperation and criminal matters, having, of course, a cross-border dimension, and Article 83 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, including articles of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, Article 21 and 23. However, the EU competence in the field of suppression of gender-based violence, domestic violence including rape, lies also in the interpretation of the Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, which proclaims gender equality as one of the fundamental values in the European Union, as well as Article 18 of the EU of the Treaty on the European Union, which prohibits, among all, discrimination on grounds of sex. Furthermore, the Declaration number 19 on the Article 8 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union states that in its general efforts to eliminate inequalities between women and men, the Union will aim in its different policies to combat all kinds of domestic violence, and Member States should take all necessary measures to prevent and punish these criminal acts and to support, protect the victims. Moreover, I must emphasize that Istanbul Convention as an international agreement which gives power to better protection against violence against women, rape and domestic violence is also one of the leading international agreements which is necessary to be observed in this process, moreover, because the European Union recently acceded to the Istanbul Convention, which means that the European Union has to provide an adequate legal framework to protect victims of violence against women, including rape, domestic violence, and femicide. How do we know that there is such obligation? Because in the Istanbul Convention, Article 4 says that violence against women is a violation of basic fundamental rights. It's a violation of the principle of equality and non-discrimination. Moreover, in paragraph 4 of the Article 4 of Istanbul Convention, specify that special measures that are necessary to prevent and protect women from gender-based violence shall not be considered discrimination under the terms of this convention. So one of the reasons why violence against women, rape and domestic violence have not been criminalized by the European Union law so far is the restrictive interpretation of the Article 83 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, which established minimum rules concerning the definition of criminal offences. So the possible way out would be to include the crime of violence against women, including rape, as Eurocrime, requiring a quite unlikely anonymous vote within the Council. According to the Article 83, paragraph 1, the Council can adopt a decision to broaden the material scope of the treaty provision, thereby including new areas of particularly serious crime with a cross-border dimension resulting from the nature of impact of such offences or form a special need to combat them on common basis. So based on the European Parliament resolution of 16 of September 2021, this should be the case with gender-based violence, including rape. But the issue is the term serious crime, which remains a poorly defined term. A study commissioned by the European Parliament defines serious crime as a crime that puts the EU interests at risk, as it may pose a significant danger to the health and safety of society, while also entailing high costs. So my opinion on such premises, gender-based violence, including rape, can fall within the scope of serious crime because it endangers some EU core interests pursuant to the Article 2 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. That means that pursuant to the Article 83, paragraph 1 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, the EU can establish minimum rules in areas of particularly serious crime with a cross-border dimension resulting from the nature or impact of such offences or from the special need to combat them on common basis. When we talk about cross-border dimension on gender-based violence and rape, there is a certainly intersection between the online and the offline sphere, and research shows that the violence can committed both online and in offline realities. That means that if one were to recognize the gender-based violence occurring online is accessible to everybody, everywhere, and has an immediate spillover effect in the offline world, and therefore there is cross-border situation. Of course, there is also another reason in favor of harmonization of criminal law in terms of gender-based violence, in the fact there is a need to ease judicial cooperation and implementation of European arrest warrant. There is a case, Assange versus Swedish prosecuting authority case from 2011, where the legal uncertainty of the definition of rape was one of the issues requiring extensive judicial activity, and several appeals following the issue of an European arrest warrant from Sweden to extradite Assange from the UK, where he had been living. Briefly, since the defense of Julian Assange had argued that the conduct was not fairly and accurately described in the Swedish European arrest warrant, decision of the Queen's Bench Division of the High Court fully focused on what was meant by rape and what different between the British and Swedish definition. So these differences unfortunately makes difficulties in judicial cooperation between member states of the Union. So to conclude, the current legal EU framework for combating violence against women has a number of significant weak points. Legislation in the member states is varied, offering unequal protection for women against all forms of violence and in the prevention of violence including rape, sexual harassment, domestic violence, etc. So harmonized legislation would be valuable in protecting victims across the European Union. So what is missing? Gender-sensitive approach, recognition of multiple discrimination, recognition of unified definition of rape, and therefore there is a need to extend the interpretation of the Article 82 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union and adding rape to the list of serious crimes. In that respect, I would advocate for a stronger and comprehensive approach in the final proposal of the directive, and certainly definition of rape should be inserted into the final directive proposal. Thank you.
Many thanks for such a clear presentation, and we all wish you a speedy recovery, and hopefully we'll meet in person next time. I'll move to, I have the huge privilege to present, I will for sure say another name, Dr. Lara Dimitrievsk.
Not bad.
Not bad? Shameful. Still. Our legal expert from Malta.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Thank you.
I don't want the presentation. No, because it will confuse me. So, good morning and thank you for having me here. I will start off by saying, Marta, your courage is absolutely humbling, and I thank you. Before I start my presentation, I want to issue a trigger warning because I will also make reference to some survivor stories.
I will be using the word victim, but for me, simply because I come from the legal background, so we talk about victims, but for me, we are talking about Shiro survivors. And I thank you all for speaking up. I'm going to talk about Paula. Paula is a 35-year-old Polish woman who was traveling through Europe. She had a family wedding in Malta, that's where I come from. And she needed accommodation for one night because the hotel she found did not have an available night. So her friends told her about couch surfing, and said, go on the app, it's quite safe, it's quite popular nowadays, do couch surfing. So she did, and she, got in touch with this man. They had a very good conversation, she felt very comfortable, and she decided to couch surf for the night. They had a lovely dinner together, and then it was time for her to go to bed, and she said, oh, so where's my room? And he said, well, I have the bed, we have to share the bed. And, she had already read that it's something that is done, that they share the bed. So she put the pillows in the middle, showered and went to bed. And that's when it happened. That's when he groped her, he touched her, he moved her, he went on top of her, and then she was raped. She recounts how she froze, she could not move, she shut her eyes, turned her head, and just cried. No violence was used against her, no force other than just a physical body weight. A legal definition of rape should be based on voluntary, genuine, and willing consent. A yes means yes. And this is not a new concept. The dynamics of rape, as we have heard this morning, are based on power and control. And throughout recent years, with the upcoming Me Too movements, hundreds of women have shared their experiences of rape. We've heard it today again. Thank you, Marta. And many of those were involved in the filmmaking industry. The ripple effect that has had. It encouraged, it empowered women to come out and speak up and say no. And of course, let's not forget the famous Weinstein, as well as Epstein, who groomed the little girls in the fairyland that he had created. Ultimately, when we're dealing with rape, we are dealing with a situation whereby the perpetrator feels that sense of entitlement that he can sexually abuse the victims. And whilst anybody can be a victim of rape, as we have heard as well today, we know that it disproportionately and predominantly affects women and girls. So we cannot detract from the reality of rape, that rape is a form of gender-based violence against women and girls, and thus the law ought to be gender-sensitive when drafted, applied, and interpreted within the justice context. And failing to do so would mean that we are failing women and girls, and creating a system from one that ought to protect them, to bring the justice and accountability to those that have harmed them, to one that is pushing them further away by putting the onus on them, on the victim, by making them having to prove that they have been raped, rather than creating a system where now we're putting the onus on the perpetrator, that now he has to make the effort to ensure that the victim gave consent, that there was a yes. And the elements of consent, as we've seen from the professor, are nothing new, when it comes to sexual violence internationally, not even to the EU. When it comes to trafficking of person, for example, the law explicitly states that consent is irrelevant. So already recognizing the notion of consent within the sexual exploitation. Thus, even when we have a situation whereby one gave consent to be involved, let's say, in this context of trafficking and prostitution, and of course once there is the element of exploitation, then we have the offense of human trafficking. So one cannot but question as to why, when it comes to rape, we should deal with consent and exploitation any differently. The following are some reasons as to why we must change the consent-based as opposed to force-based or violence-based definition of rape. And I will start by making reference that having rape based on violence fails to meet the international human rights standards. To all those member states opposing it, my country included, which is oddly, strangely enough, a country that has adopted word for word the Istanbul definition of rape of the Istanbul Convention, and yet is not supporting rape within the, in the directive. Let's go to General Recommendation number 35. Okay, that I will just briefly say that it specifically states, just let me read here. So we need to ensure that sexual assault, including rape, is characterized as a crime against the right to personal security and physical and sexual psychological integrity, that the definition of sexual crimes, including marital and acquaintance or date rape is based on the lack of freely given consent that takes into account coercive circumstances. We move on. Reference has already been made to the Istanbul Convention, but even if we look at the report done by Special Rapporteur Simojnovic, in her report on rape, she recommended that there needs to be an accelerated harmonization process with regards to rape, so it will be in line with international rights standards, and to explicitly include lack of consent at its center. Let's go back to the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the War Tribunal that was created back in the 90s, where there again the courts have already stated that lack of consent was therefore recognized as the central element of the definition of crime of rape. And of course, I mean, all member states are now party to and have signatories and have ratified and recognized the European Convention of Human Rights. So how does the European Court of Human Rights talk about rape? And there are numerous cases, but I will make reference to MC versus Bulgaria, where the court specifically says that the convention must be seen as requiring the penalization and effective prosecution of any non-consensual acts, including, therefore, the absence of physical resistance by the victim. So even if we look at it from the framework of how it is being interpreted by the courts, even then we are seeing how they are moving towards the recognition of consent-based. Now, what are the impacts of rape when based violence? Definition on the victim, of course. Definitions of rape based on violence can lead to situations where the perpetrators go unpunished and contribute further to the rape myths. And it does this by putting the responsibility on the victim and expecting the victim that they had to protect themselves from being raped, and completely ignores the reality of what women and girls go through. It completely disregards a situation where, such as Paula's case that I made reference to before, can freeze or does not behave in this expected way. And failing to act in this manner, or because they have certain backgrounds, or because they are alleged, the myths in itself kind of this puts it onto the victim and onto society, including judicial system, where kind of it expects them that they had to do this, they had to react in this manner. We already have a system that blames women for their behavior, such as the temperate women, the promiscuous woman, the woman that lie, if she did not flee or scream, okay? And these myths then become very, very real within the judicial system, the system that is meant to be there to protect them, to bring accountability. And I'll give you an example of this by making reference to another case. This took place in 2018, just before Malta had changed its definition of rape based on consent, when it was still based on violence. It was a 26-year-old police sergeant who was raped on 2 occasions whilst on night duty at the police station by a police constable. In one of the occasions, he removed the bottom part of her uniform and underwear. And the line of questioning here, and I was present by the court, was one to say disgusting. Okay? It was one of pure re-victimization. She felt violated by her rapist. And now again, it was the actual system that is meant to be there to protect her that is re-victimizing her, but equally violating her. And to add insult to injury, the rapist in this context had already confessed to the rape, but because of procedural issue, his statement that he had given to the police was quashed and it was removed from the case. And this led to a situation where he went off scot-free. Okay. He was acquitted of all charges, and the court stated that despite that the victim was crying and visibly moved when giving her testimony, she did not believe her version of events. The court argued that she did not resist the rape. Even when asked, she said, "Why did you not close your legs? Why did you not scream for help?" And the court further punished the victim by saying that she could have left the police station following the acts of rape and continue to stay, or rather not continue to stay till her end of duty. So today the victim not only left the police force and has been ongoing therapy, she also disclosed to me that she can never forget her rape nor the face of her rapist, but she will never be able to forgive the court for the injustice and humiliation that she was meant to go through. In my experience over the years, this case highlights the epitome of the harmful impact that rape is based on violence. So here, in my opinion, we have a clear situation where rape based on violence also expects the victim to behave in a certain way. And it disregards the notion of coercion that exists when it comes to the crime itself. Leaving out rape of the proposed directive, or not at least having a harmonized definition of rape-based consent, is nothing short of an absolute betrayal of women and girls, and it is beyond reprehensible that today in 2023 we even have to discuss this. Thank you.
Many thanks, Laura. That was excellent, and that is precisely the point. We are here still discussing this. And this is a moment of hope, but I think this should sadden us all that it's still on this table and it's still open for discussion. I'm going to pass to my colleague Marian to come and present the next panel. And I just want to use my time to thank Irene and all the team for the huge effort in organizing such an important event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I invite our speakers from the next panel. You might come forward. Okay. My name is Marion Böker. I'm a member of the Executive Board of European Women's Lobby, and I'm very happy to welcome our speakers here to this panel, like the panels before. We have strong voices here and strong support, and we are very happy to push this to the audience, but also to the media and public today, addressing all the member states of the EU for a strong and effective directive. I also like to mention that in the reference, the context, there is probably because of geopolitical reasons, we have to discuss this in the background to solve this, and some speakers have already somehow made little reference to it. Rape definitely is a grave human rights violation, and we could take up the wording of serious but also grave, because I haven't heard that the Istanbul Convention as one of the reference documents, but also CEDAW, which is ratified by all European member states, gives us some hints and some reference legally. We hope that today all member states will listen, because this is a public event, and our demand goes to the citizens, the women organizations who are listening, especially women lawyers, survivors of rape, and all who claim that rape must be in the directive. We are especially appealing to Germany and France's position and others to give up their resistance and join the member states who are becoming more and more, and give option for a strong and effective tool which legally should prevent rape, protect women from rape, and prosecute rape. There should be no impunity, it was already said. There are not many data, but when we look to UK, for example, in some data surveys, rape makes 30%, almost 30% of violence against women among all forms of violence against women. So it is a serious crime and not to be sidetracked. Technically, I might like to mention that there are now collected media requests, questions to the speakers through our YouTube channel.
and we have no time to answer them here. Probably one question which might be brought forward by Carmen to me and to the speakers, but there might be questions we will send to you all, and you can send them afterwards with your answers. My first speaker today is Karen van der Kerkhove. Sorry if I don't mention it correctly. She is the head of the unit of the Gender Equality DG in the EU Commission. And my first question to her, before I give the floor to her, and you have 4 minutes like every speaker, and Irene will help us with the minutes, is could you present the EU Commission's position, your concerns, and which arguments you have to dismantle the counter-arguments? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, and thanks a lot to the colleagues from the European Women's Lobby for organizing this event. Indeed, we have made this proposal 1.5 years ago, and I think our position is quite clearly established. Since then, we have seen the positive news that we have an agreement in the Council that something needs to be done about this problem. We have also a strong report in the European Parliament, and now the concern is, of course, where will we land in the end? And this is indeed a crucial moment in time for people who work with victims on the ground, people who work with women's rights and discrimination. This is the time really to speak up, because we need to seize this momentum to be able to do something, a momentum which may not come back anytime soon if we miss it. Our position and on the arguments which we hear, the concerns that are raised with our proposal. Let me say something about the few elements that we think are of key importance. First of all, the crimes. We have made use of the available legal basis in the treaty. We know that these legal bases are quite restrictive for putting forward EU-level definitions of crimes. But we have been very careful in putting forward proposals on this basis. We agree, I think we agree with those that have concerns on a broad interpretation of Article 83.1. We agree that these existing legal bases should be interpreted restrictively. We do agree. Not any act of violence against women or domestic violence, we think, could reach the threshold to be criminalized on the basis of Article 83.1. Having said that, if there is an act that we strongly believe can be criminalized on that legal basis, it is rape without consent. We think it has been done already in the past, so there is no reason why it has been used, the legal basis has been used to criminalize this type of behavior when it concerns children, when the treaty equally mentions women. So we just don't see the difference. And it is particularly important in this, for this type of conduct, because exactly our comparative study shows the outdated definitions of rape. We have heard it already this morning, the outdated definitions of rape that exist among the member states. It cannot be that in the 21st century we still have, in many member states, to prove the use of force, threat or coercion for an act to be considered rape. That's just unacceptable. I'll say something also about the other crimes. The other legal basis we have used is the legal basis of computer crime. And we're glad to see that the co-legislators agree that, at least on this one, there is a possibility to adopt EU-level definitions. Because indeed the cyber world creates an entire new dimension whereby the spread and the impact of violence against women are so amplified, or are amplified to an extent that we have never seen before. Having said that, okay, the question is, of course, what are the conditions? When does an act reach the level of computer crime? We do not think that there is any reason to create additional conditions. When your intimate image is being thrown on the net, there should be no requirement for anybody to prove that there is a serious risk of harm, or a risk of serious harm, however it is defined. When you drive 200 kilometers an hour on a highway, you will be fined and sanctioned. Nobody will require you to prove, or the police to prove, that there was a risk of serious harm. No, it is considered that this is dangerous behavior. Well, this should be the same when intimate images of a person are thrown on the net. Let me just very briefly, looking at the minutes, say something about some other elements for the future directive. I think in the end, the final text of the directive should, in a strong way, recognize the structural dimension that is underlying this type of behavior. If we do not recognize that the root causes for this type of violence are the expectations and the power dimensions in society between women and men, and the expectations of how women and men should behave in society, we will miss the point. We will basically take away the reason of existence of this very instrument, and we would not be able to effectively prevent this type of violence, nor to protect or support victims. Another element that I want to say also very briefly on compensation. Compensation is one of the key elements we provide in this directive. Why? Because victims of violence against women and domestic violence often have to start a new life. They have to change their job, they may have to move their home, they have to look for new schools for their kids. It's not the same as being robbed on the street. No, this has a really different dimension. We often hear the argument that there can be no sectoral rules on compensation. But European law is full of sectoral rules on compensation as well. We do provide for minimum standards for compensation for victims of anti-competitive behavior. So we consider it, if we don't include rules on compensation in a directive that concerns half of the population, we are considering that it is less important to protect women and girls in our society than it is to protect the victims of people who have paid 10 euros too much for their mobile subscription. And then finally, a last element on data. One of the main obstacles that we have encountered when we prepared this directive was data. Yeah? You cannot prove what exists. You cannot show. Yeah. So we should not commit this error again. We should not, and then I know data collection is expensive. It is costly. And we recognize that. That's also why we have set up at EU level the methodology for a survey to gather data. However, how can we justify that we gather data on all kinds of issues across society and that we would not be gathering data about an issue that concerns, again, half of the population? So these are a few elements that I wanted to highlight, but I will be very curious to listen to the rest of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, especially for your pledges at the end of the speech on compensation, because we haven't heard it so much. Now there's an empty place. Even if you don't see it, we have asked the representative of the Spanish presidency to come. Unfortunately, they have not been able to send somebody, but we address urgently that the Spanish presidency, as every presidency in the follow-up, might support strong directives, especially this directive by the Spanish presidency. And we are saying this here in the audience of witnesses who might spread the message. Please speak to the Spanish presidency. We know they must be neutral. We know they are facilitators and moderators, but we ask them, we call on them, please bring together all these member states of the EU to unite for a strong directive. And we count on you, as on every directive under the presidency of everybody in the EU. We are obliged under the Istanbul Convention, it was also the United Ratified CEDAW Convention of the United Nations, to find solution and de facto find legal tools, including rape, to realize a caring European Union with a de facto gender equality. And it was said, with the absence of fighting violence against women, all forms will be an obstacle for gender equality and a healthy European Union. Ending violence against women requires an ongoing mainstreaming of legal measures and a holistic, effective tool or concepts to unlearn male patriarchal toxic subordination and aggression through the traditional stereotypes and structural pandemic of violence against women in all forms. Femicide was also mentioned, a big lack and gap in our legal measures, EU-wide and worldwide. I hope we can speak about ending violence against women by pressuring it into the directive as a first tool and then spread the message and realize in our member states. The next speaker, and I'm very happy to welcome you, is Dr. Katarzyna Skuta. She is the European International Affairs Advisor in the Cabinet of the State Secretary of Gender Equality, Equal Opportunities and Diversity of Belgium. You have the floor. My first question will be, what makes you so passionate, so convinced to have taken up the leading role and become a beacon of hope? Because we have read your statement together with Greece, Italy and Luxembourg.
Thank you very much for inviting also Belgium to the panel. I have to apologize to you. I will have to leave shortly before 11. I have a back-to-back meeting, and I'm very sorry that I cannot speak to the audience afterwards. But the Belgian preparations to the presidency oblige. We are very, very much on the last preparations. And I would like to pay tribute to the civil society, because the fact that we have a directive is thanks to all of you. Thank you very much. And, of course, thank you to the Commission for taking it forward and putting an ambitious text. And also thank you to the Parliament that is having also a very progressive position that I'm sure plays a role in these negotiations. That means also that we have this closing window of opportunity. We are in the time that we are faced as negotiators in the trilogue of the conundrum of, do we want to have a directive in this term, or we want to take more time to have maybe a better directive? And we all know that the window is closing, so we want to have a directive here. But I think every one of us wants to have an ambitious directive, a directive that we can be proud of. And as you said, and I'm speaking now as Belgium, not as an upcoming presidency, Belgium has signed a declaration with Greece, Luxembourg and Italy that says that we don't see any impediment to adopt the directive based on the legal basis that was put forward by the Commission. And this was already explained here, why the legal basis seems to be sound, with the precaution of having it as a text. We also think that there are some things that cannot be put to the directive based on the legal basis, but the article on rape definitely fits to the legal basis. What we have said in the declaration, and we think it's a political position, and what is important for you as a civil society, I think, is to dispel this misconception about rape, and we have already spoken about this, that the legal interpretation that was floated around is based on this misconception that women in the patriarchal society are not vulnerable. Like we cannot understand how the vulnerability has to be a specific condition and is not applied to all of it. Belgium has a specific rape crisis centers that are for us a good practice, and every day 9 persons enter this rape crisis centers seeking for help. 90% of those are women, and 1/3 of these victims are minors. And that's why Belgium applies also in our penal code the definition based on consent. And since then we had a specific case also which is important, because in the Belgian penal code the question of consent is also defined in a way that the consent can be retracted at every stage. And we had a case already in the court based on that the consent was withdrawn by the victim during during the intercourse at some point, and this was also penalized based on this. And I think this is also important to be based on definition. And in the penal code, we specifically put information, scientific information about the freezing of the victims, on the lack of response. That is a scientific fact, and that's why we are open also to share with every member state the Belgian penal code and how it was done, and also the experience since it was passed a year ago. We're also very proud that we have a legal framework on femicide that was mentioned, and we think also that femicide has to be more talked about as a pinnacle of the gender-based violence. And this law on femicide not only defines a femicide that is based on intimate partner violence, but also other violences and also protects trans women. I think I'm out of the time, so just thank you very much. Great, you're here. Thank you very much. Just to say that now, taking the hat of the Belgian presidency, we are an honest broker, and we'll be hearing, and we are prepared to speak with all member states and to hear what is their position, and to try to negotiate with the Parliament on an equal basis. And we really hope that during the Belgian presidency we'll have an accord, and then the Parliament and the Council will vote on it, and this will be one of the biggest successes, I think, in this legislature. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this latest commitment. And now I give the floor to Ms. Irena Andrassy, Ambassador, Permanent Representation of Croatia. My question is, what is your objective with the directive and your favorite amendments we should do? And are you for including rape? And are you a supporter? And please elaborate on your position, and maybe even mention some of the regions. Are you able to facilitate meetings with the other regional neighbors of Croatia, probably to unite into this stream of yes for the rape into the directive?
Well, thank you very much, and greetings to everybody, and thank you for the invitation. It's very important that we have this campaign it's very important that we have these meetings, but what is even more important that we have regular conversations. And for the start, I will just say, not only with women, and I'm glad that many of them are here, but I'm also glad that you have invited my colleague from Greece and that I see some gentlemen here, because this conversation is crucial. We can stay in legalities, we can talk about the directive, but we need also to talk about the societal, cultural issues that are in the background of why we actually have those pieces of legislation on the table. And somebody mentioned root causes and the data. We have to do more. But I will start with the legal framework because your question is about that. As you know, Croatia is supportive of an ambitious text of the directive. We were from the start. We were okay with the Commission proposal and the ambition that it entailed. We also would like to see this directive adopted and negotiated as soon as possible, including Article 5 of previous, actually, text on rape. But we are also decision makers that think that the directive is providing also other elements that are equally important, and a framework that I will talk about in the second part of the reply, and that we have to discuss what are the aims that we want to achieve. I think we have clarity on what we want to do, but we also have to realize that data is showing that even with legislation in place, we don't have the results necessarily that we want to achieve in terms of prevention, in terms of numbers going down, in terms of statistics, in terms of the gravity of the crimes, including rape, and how they are conducted. We would be very happy to listen to how we want to achieve this during Spanish and Belgian presidencies with the Parliament. We appreciate the effort from the Parliament, but also we think that it's very important to have a directive. Whether it will be in the original text or we will find a solution both for the legal basis and the definitions and other parts of the articles, preambles including political statements, the key message is that we need a directive, but we also need to ensure that it's implemented and enforced. So for that, I'm coming to the second part of my answer, and maybe if you will have the second question, we can go deeply into that part, and that is the structure around the directive and criminal law and criminal legislation that needs to be provided to have more prevention. I mean, in Croatia we have now went into an overall initiative to strengthen the rights of victims of violence, but I will also say survivors rather than victimization of the issue is also something that is needed to be discussed. But the message to the society back home is that we will increase the punishment for rape, that we will explore how we can define femicide, because there are also no common definitions of what that is, but also that we have the structure that is actually tackling the issue at a societal level. The trauma, the root causes, why this is happening and why this is prevailingly happening to women, because we also have other sorts of gender violence, and what we need to do to have the conversation with all parts of the society in a comprehensive way. Because the comprehensiveness, in my firm opinion, is the key to this discussion. But I will stop here because the clock is ticking.
Thank you so much. I think you stick more than others, but they all have it in mind, to the root causes and the prevention. Yes, we have to have, as we combated violence against women, especially on the form of trafficking, from prevention, awareness raising, education. So it was also already mentioned that the Article 15 of the Istanbul Convention, the professional training must be included, or maybe amended in a kind of structure and rules around this directive. But this must be sure that it is a holistic approach in the EU. And thank you for mentioning this. We can't forget this. I give the floor now to Mr. Ioannidis Valdas. He is the ambassador of the permanent representation of Greece, and Greece has signed this statement. We are very thankful for this. So you are those who are going forward at the top, but hopefully getting everyone in the same boat for reaching out to the harbor of the directive. You have a long career in the United Nations, so you must be very experienced in the human rights approach. Please, you have the floor and elaborate what is your aim in the next months.
Okay, start again. Can you put the clock back? I thank the organizers, both on the substance, but also personally, a very humbling experience. It's the very first time I participate in a panel where I'm the only man, and I'm made to feel like that the lone woman panelist in the so-called manuals. There is another reading to that, of course, to which Irena alluded to, but I will keep that for my concluding remarks. And it's true, I have represented the European Union. I was with the European External Action Service for many years at the United Nations, at the OSCE. In Vienna, and I have spent many sleepless nights fighting for the cause of the status of women and ending violence against women and all the related issues. We have a very difficult meeting of the Committee of Permanent Representatives today. Right now, we are preparing we're having a first discussion on the European Council meeting of December, which will be very important. But I guess, just like Irena, for me it was even more important to be here and to be talking about this issue. Why? Because violence against women is a massive violation of human rights. No country is spared. 1 out of 3 women is affected in the European Union. I remember visiting the Sweden House in Vienna. They had an exhibition a few years ago, and I read there that the social and economic and other costs related to the violence against women was higher than the money that was spent on for the national defense, for instance. And according to data of the World Bank, it would seem that in many countries it's 3.7% of the GDP that is affected, which is sometimes double the amount that are spent on education. So it gives you a magnitude of the problem, beyond, of course, the trauma suffered by every individual person who is a victim. An important step has been taken with the Istanbul Convention, but as we have found out, the follow-up is even more important, and implementation. Without proper implementation, and for that you would need additional EU action. These types of crimes are unlikely to significantly decrease. So on our side, we all tend to talk nicely about our countries. I can tell you that, of course, we have a long-standing legal tradition and social practice. All Greek citizens are equal in front of the law. Women and girls, as persons who might be in vulnerable situation and under a heightened risk, are protected against any act of physical, sexual, psychological, or economic violence. All this sounds great, but at the end of the day, there is violence, and we need to find a way to deal with it. I'll come to the directive. It's very important. It includes both measures on the criminalization of specific offenses and on the protection of victims. Unfortunately, in the Council, we have not been yet able to reach an agreement to include the crime of rape in the directive, although we feel it's a major crime affecting women and a complex aggression based both on physical violence and sexual exploitation. Also, the proposal of the directive gives a definition of the rape based on the notion of freely given consent. And in Greece, our penal code encompasses this broader definition of criminalization. So we strongly believe that there's a legal base for a comprehensive protection of women, including for the crime of rape, and we hope that the compromise can still be achieved, hopefully during the Belgian presidency. This would send a strong political message on the need to comprehensively prevent and combat violence against women. And I come to my concluding remarks. I only count 2 or 3 more men among the crowd, and what Irena said is important. In too many events, the overwhelming majority of the participants are women, and we need to bring, men to be actively engaged and involved. And one proposal that I would have would be maybe to organize an event in which all the male ambassadors of Coreper would be would attend, or all my male colleagues in the Greek permanent representation, because unless we, it's important that women talk among themselves, and I'm sure sharing experiences and best practices is important, but also having men listen to those experiences and the traumas that are related is also important, and we need to be doing more of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, even mentioning men, because we know it is a big lack sometimes, but we see that in all regions of the world, more and more men are engaging in gender equality. Even there are a low rank number in numbers, but it is increasing. And it's important because they will also gain living in a healthy society, living in healthy families and communities. So if we lack them out, they will also be lacking or even suffering among being in the corner of perpetrators. And I think many reasonable men want to resist this and change this. Now I give the floor to our member of European Parliament, Ms. Frances Fitzgerald. She is the European Parliament's rapporteur. She's in the FEM committee and in many other functions. We know you since a long time, very engaged. And please elaborate on your position and your plans to use the next months effectively.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to be here with you this morning. We do indeed need more male champions, and I call for that all the time, but honestly I get tired of women being asked to do even more, get more men involved again. So I mean, look at it, I know you'll do it, and I'm delighted to hear you saying it, but honestly, why should it be so difficult to get more men involved in what is a basic human rights issue? And I totally agree, we absolutely need male champions, very important, but look at it, it's wonderful to have so many female champions here today, and very optimistic to hear what's been said here on the panel. Karen has done amazing work on her team, and to hear from Belgium, Croatia and Greece. But I think my job here today is to bring to you the reality of the trilogue discussions at the moment, and that's what I intend to do. This is a historic moment, make no mistake about it. And a very useful question for everyone in this room to ask themselves is, what are we going to be saying in a year? Are we going to be saying we have a directive with rape, or we have a directive without it? Now, I don't know the answer to that at the moment. I really don't. You can make a lot of assumptions about it. You can say, of course, you couldn't have a directive on violence and gender-based violence without having rape included. How could that possibly match the lived experience of women over the last, decades? It doesn't. Now, why are we having such a disconnect? And you really have to ask yourself that question. Why is there such a disconnect between the lived experience of all of those who work on violence against women and know the reality of rape? We know a city the size of Zagreb, Amsterdam, disappears every 10 years because of femicide. We know it's increasing. We know the individual stories. In every country, in Ireland, last year, a young woman, 22 or 23, a teacher, jogging along a canal in broad daylight, was randomly attacked and killed. And we see these outpourings in every country. So the public awareness amongst men and women is there. We have a commission that's very proactive on gender issues, probably the most proactive commission we've ever had on gender issues, pay transparency, women on boards, and so on. And now this directive. So it is a unique opportunity. And are we going to be able to ensure that it is a directive that's comprehensive? My answer to that at this point, and I'm right at the heart of the discussions, is that I'm not sure. So that's a very serious question, and we could have a whole discussion on why is that the situation. Like, what is this unfinished democracies we have, unfinished business on equality, unfinished work on violence that gets us to a point where the perm reps attending these meetings, the ambassadors, and the council will come in and say, and we'll get legal advice that says that rape will not be included. So that's, that just shows the scale of the challenge. This is Everest. The scale of the challenge that we have to meet in the next few weeks. So it's imperative that you're having this meeting today. It's imperative that we act. It's wonderful to have the support of the countries that we do have. And I would say to those countries, please work on your colleagues, because there's a lot of convincing to do. We need a qualified majority. We do not have it at the moment. If we have 10 countries at the moment, maybe that's it. So we need another 5, 6 to be, changing position. So how do we get to this point? Why has that happened? You have a very good proposal from the Commission. You have a very good, I would say, state-of-the-art report, as you do, from the Parliament, I would say. You have very good elements of prevention, protection, prosecution. It's all there. Now, if I was to say to you, and Karen talked about the importance of compensation, and I saw everybody nodding their head, and I believe in it too, but I can tell you, the Council are quite against that. Mandatory training? No, you can't do mandatory training because that interferes with the competence of the Member States. These are relatively minor issues, if you know what I mean, on the scale of things, very important individually. So when you get into trilogues, you're in a totally different world when you see where the Council is coming from. And sorry if I sound a bit preachy on this, but I want to be quite honest about where it's at and realistic. When you get into Council negotiations, you are coming up against a completely different perspective. And I want to talk about that perspective because there's different levels to that perspective. One, of course, and very importantly, is the legal perspective. There are different legal views on this. The Parliament and the Commission are relatively on the same grounds. The Council has a legal opinion, which is available to all of us online, which says that rape does not come under sexual exploitation. Now, sexual exploitation is the basis of the treaty that the Commission say it's the basis in the treaty for this directive and for rape. Sexual exploitation. It's already been applied to trafficking. It's already been applied to child abuse. Why would you not apply it to women? The answer is because the truth is, first of all, they're saying it's not sexual exploitation. We know that's a crazy argument. Actually, it's about the boundaries of criminal justice, and I'm a former Minister for Justice. It's the boundaries of criminal justice interference, the boundary issue in relation to the Member States in Europe. So the question then is we have to convince those other Member States that actually we need an EU-wide definition of rape, including consent. We need the standards to be at the level we want to see them at. across Europe, and that it behoves the member states to support it because of the seriousness and the ubiquitousness of this crime right across Europe. So that's the challenge, and it's a very serious challenge because it brings up issues around national subsidiarity and so on. While everyone in this room, I've no doubt, says, of course, rape should be in this directive, you begin to get these arguments about compensation, about free legal aid, about rape, and about other issues in the directive. So I hope Belgium can do a really good job when you take over. And thank you for your words today. So, I mean, that is the challenge that's there. And, I mean, we don't have to go into the statistics, the seriousness. We all know about that. Everyone in this room knows about that. But the challenge now is, how do you convince the member states that either have very little legislation on rape, do not include consent? How do you convince them that actually this is an imperative for more than half the population? It's necessary, it's the human rights thing to do, it's the right thing to do, and how do they move in that direction in a number of weeks? How does the Belgian presidency do its work? How do all of our colleagues from Greece and Croatia, who've already said, of course this should be included, how do they do this? So the reality in the trilogues is that it's very different from the mood in this room that we've heard, that very positive. It's very difficult. There's a huge amount of work to do. The Spanish presidency, obviously Spain's in the middle of forming a government. They're doing what they can, and we have made progress. And Una Clark down here at the end of the room works with me in the trialogues, dealing with this every day. Evan Inser, my socialist colleague, is the other rapporteur, and we're working with the Commission. And you could talk about trade-offs, which sounds a terrible word to use here, but, just say you did have to trade off. Actually, we want this directive to be as good as it can be. If there's a few areas where, wording needs to be changed, or we really do understand that national competence wouldn't allow X or Y, we can work on that. But this is actually this is more principled in my view. This is about trying to find a language, and we don't have to be totally dogmatic about this. We can't be in a directive. It's about minimum standards. So we need to find a language, and I would appeal to those working with lawyers and all of you to think about the kind of level of language on rape and consent that could be in this directive that would be acceptable and that we would find a majority support for. Because that's what we have to do. The German women lawyers, some French lawyers. I'm sorry I didn't hear the presentations earlier. I have legal advice from various people who are saying that actually in the Council's own legal advice, there is the solution. And a lot of people have made that point. I don't know if that point was, made earlier, where they talk about sexual exploitation is characterised by a component of essentially exploitative nature related in particular to take unjust advantage, etc. So in a way, the solution is in their own legal advice. So, look, there's a lot of work to do in these negotiations. Rape is one of the issues. We've also put in extra offences, as you know, intersex genital mutilation, a very serious issue, only becoming understood now. Also forced sterilisation, forced marriage. We don't know how the member states are going to react. We haven't got into the detail of the discussions on these offences yet. But I hope I've given you a flavour of where things are at present, the scale of the challenge, and we need everything the European Women's Lobby, and I was delighted about 30 years ago to be in at the founding of the European Women's Lobby and to be a vice president then. I think the work you're doing is incredibly important. The work all your organisations is doing incredibly important. But make no mistake about it, there is huge resistance to this. And at the end of the day, if you don't have a directive with rape, you have a directive with cyber violence and some other offences. Those are the kind of choices. And it may be that this is one point in a long fight, as yet unfinished democracies, as I say, but equally it could be a point where we actually get a directive that's incredibly strong, that really is meaningful for women and does make a difference because it puts greater standards on all of the member states. And if you're travelling around Europe, you can be assured, in the same way as we have free movement, you're going to get the same protections in all of the member states if you happen to be in that situation. So I'll leave it at that, and I hope you've got a real flavour of where it's at. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much to all our speakers. And Ms. Fitzgerald, there are some news I might mention here. Tomorrow we know that the signatures of the European Women's Lobbies and We Move's campaign will be hand over to the German government, to the negotiators. And there's also a kind of new discussion, because it was all too silent, maybe in even other countries. Other laws, when they are shaped, there are more invitations to civil society participation. This was just silent. So the DG Justice probably needs more stronger trickling down their communication even, and some national units, branches in our countries to more spread the news and make participation of women's organization and civil society more spread and usual. But tomorrow also the second chamber of Germany, who had 1 year ago decided there should be rape in the directive and the strong directive, has now recognized by the civil society, informed by the open letter in Germany, that they have been ignored. It's not possible. So there's new discussion probably, even of the Ministry of Gender Equality. The other good news, Poland, after the election, might form a government which will now join another position. So there are lots of openings in the EU, little changes in some governments. They think newly to have a very good, effective directive, which also we should have in mind, might be a model and might be discussed in the world, in our neighborhood, in East and Central Europe, and even in other continents. So we are responsible for what we are doing, and we can't do bad laws which blame us as bad governments, bad democracy, because this will also weaken the world, and not only the victims of violence against women, but the society in the whole. So this is a very critical point to have a very effective directive. Thank you, and we will be in touch and in communication, and good luck in your ways and works. I now have to close the panel and the event and thank everybody who was here, especially our interpreters, the technicians, our partners who allow us to have the meeting here in this wonderful place. And I like to invite you on behalf of European Women's Lobby to a small snack here in Café London. And if you have time, join us at our street action, because we want to be loud and make it heard in the EU that we are longing for a strong directive and that we are motivated by you. Thank you.
Just little reminder, I think you have the information, but it's at 11:30 we're doing the street action in Place Luxembourg. 11:30. The street action will take place in Place Luxembourg. We will be joined by several MEPs as well. So the rapporteur, the co-rapporteur on the directive will be also joining, Evin Incher, and we will have other MEPs supporting. So I invite you to come and please join us to be loud and united at the event. The snacks, we will meet in front of the Café London so that we can have snack and then go to the action directly. So please join us. We will be honored to have you there. Thanks a lot.
Sorry.